Welcome to Discovery Tour by Assassin's Creed, Ancient Egypt. Welcome to Alexandria, planning of the city. Alexander's plan to build his great city began with a verse from Homer's Odyssey. There is, in front of Egypt, in the sea with many swells, an island called Pharos. Guided by these clues, Alexander the Great founded his future city at the western end of the Nile Delta. Though Alexander considered this location ideal for his great city, it presented considerable challenges. Too difficult to access during storms, the surrounding swamps threatened disease, and the limestone soil prevented the growth of healthy crops. However, due to the influence of his mentor Aristotle, Alexander the Great recognized that the true value was its strategic emplacement. Alexander knew that in controlling Pelusium to the east, Memphis to the south, and his crowning glory Alexandria to the west, he would create a triangular stronghold, allowing him to control the entire delta while giving him access to the Mediterranean. The great walls of Alexandria had a humble beginning. Lacking chalk to outline the future city's foundations, architects were forced to use flour instead. Clouds of migrating birds swept down and ate the flour, erasing the plans. This prompted Alexander to seek guidance from the oracles, who reassured him that his future city was destined to feed a large population. Excavations led by Mahmud Bey el-Falaki in the 19th century revealed that the wall enclosure measured approximately 5.2 kilometers in length and 2.2 kilometers in width. It was roughly 9 meters in height. These formidable ancient walls would resist a number of attacks, including fending off the king of Syria in 169 BCE. It wasn't until 295 CE that they eventually fell to Roman Emperor Diocletian, and this only after 8 months of relentless assault. Alexandria's principal architect, Dinocrates, chose a Hippodamian grid plan. The grid maximized functionality, with wide, straight roads and canals running beneath them. Alexander recognized the military value of the city's design. The wide, parallel streets gave him optimal surveillance of the city, while allowing the unobstructed flow of troops. A central corridor ran from the Mediterranean's north port down to Lake Mareotis to the south. This thoroughfare acted as an unobstructed link for commercial trade and travel between the two ports. Many of the streets were bordered with grand buildings and parks, including Canopic Street, with its impressive gate bordering the eastern end.
Whoa!
Alexandria was most likely built upon an already existing Egyptian village. Upon its completion, the Egyptians reviled the city, refusing to call it by its founder's name. Instead, they called it Raked, the building, as a mark of disdain, which was later Hellenized into Rakotis. Despite this, the name Alexandria would remain. Welcome to the Mosaion of Alexandria. The Mosaion was a sector of the city commissioned by Ptolemy I to rival Athens' Academy as an institute of intellectual pursuit. Dedicated to the 9 inspiring muses, the Mosaion became a great center for philosophical and scientific enlightenment. It welcomed scholars from many kingdoms, inviting them to share knowledge in literature, science, and geography. The Mosaion was designed so that its buildings and grounds would accommodate free thinking, debate, and presentation. Meeting spaces and theaters surrounded a main courtyard. Expansive gardens were filled with exotic plants that aided in the study and supply of herbs and medicines. A zoo offered the study of animal behavior and physiology. Also among the Mosaion's many star attractions was its astronomical observatory. Herophilus was a physician who lived most of his life in Alexandria. He was able to perform the dissection of human cadavers on a large scale due to the permissiveness of the city in such matters. Among many other discoveries, he learned that the brain was central to the human nervous system. He also extensively mapped the blood system and measured the pulse with the aid of a water clock. It is reported that in his thirst to understand human anatomy, he performed 600 vivisections on live prisoners. In order to be free to pursue their research, scholars were fed and housed at the Mosaion at the government's expense. This freedom provided Alexandria's scholars a meeting space for intellectual pursuits and a haven for spiritual peace. Though nothing remains of the original Mosaion, it lives on as the legacy of our modern museums.
啊，这个地方我去过哎，这个我看过，就是这个博物馆，还有这个雕塑，这个大门。
Anthropean bistevronde, teudon glorisete, obo seguean serapin ida gera eleuan nalasate, taxeon.
Μωρέων πάντων λεγόμενα, εγώ τις φταίω.
Welcome to the Islands of Pharis. The Heptastadion was a bridge-like causeway connecting the island of Pharis to mainland Alexandria. Its name is based on the Greek terms of measurement, hepta, meaning 7, and stadion, which is a measure of length of roughly 180 meters. The Heptastadion was a bridge-like causeway connecting the island of Pharis to mainland Alexandria. Its name is based on the Greek terms of measurement, hepta, meaning 7, and stadion, which is... Since its construction would separate the Grand Port to the east and the port of Eunostos to the west, it was designed with channels at each end. These openings allowed passage from one port to the other. Whoa. Along with creating separate harbors for the commercial and military shipping, the causeway served as a main aqueduct for the island's inhabitants. Its presence also helped protect the island and its ports from rough wind and sea currents. At the end of antiquity, the Heptastadion disappeared under layers of silt and soil, which formed an important sedimentary deposit. Whoa. Whoa! Whoa! While the Serapeum was the most celebrated of the temples in Alexandria, many other temples were built within the city. Most of these structures have been completely erased over time, and there is no way to discern how many existed. However, research of ancient papyri offer tantalizing hints as to the possible location of at least some of the temples.
Whoa. Άρτια βίκνημα της αγοράς. Αγγελίες σε κάτω.
Both papyri and coins reveal evidence of many temples built for the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea, likely had an edifice in his honor west of this island, as well as on the mainland. This temple next to you is dedicated to Isis Pharia, the divine protector of the lighthouse. This location hosted annual celebrations in the month of April, known as the Sacrum Pharia, in connection to the lighthouse. In her incarnation as Isis Fortuna, the goddess carries a rudder and a cornucopia, both symbols of good luck for navigators.
Whoa. Πάντες γάρους γνώσκους εν φιλαργύριαν του οίκου τούτου.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria was a source of great pride for the inhabitants of the city. Construction began under Ptolemy I's reign and lasted 15 years. It was completed during his son's rule. Once completed, the lighthouse was dedicated to the gods for the salvation of those who sail the sea. Built on the island of Pharis, the stone structure was 3 tiers set on top of one another in a step formation. The second floor consisted of an octagonal tower, and the top floor was a cylindrical tower topped by a statue. The interior provided space for staff rooms and a ramp which allowed the transport of fuel to the upper floors.
Whoa.
Essential to safe navigation through the rifts and shallow waters, the Pharis was a functioning lighthouse with a beam reportedly visible 50 kilometers away. It's unclear what kind of fuel was used or how much. Any other details of how the light worked remain a mystery.
Whoa.
For several centuries, the Pharis was one of the highest monuments ever built by man. It measured roughly 110 meters in height, compared to the Pyramid of Giza, which was around 140 meters tall. Gradually, the structure was eroded by earthquakes and then completely destroyed in 1480 CE, when a fort was built over it. Archaeological excavations on the seabed have uncovered many blocks from the ancient building.
Whoa.
Whoa. Whoa.
Welcome to Education in Alexandria. The education of young Alexandrians did not differ from the one generally dispensed elsewhere in ancient Greece. At the age of 7, the child was taken in charge by a tutor, who then became responsible for instilling an elementary education as well as good moral principles. Teaching was generally done outside, in the open air. In the gymnasium, students were taught not only sports, but also topics such as rhetoric, philosophy, music, and poetry. All things deemed essential to one's education at the time. Here, both girls and boys are shown attending a class given by one of the rhetoricians of the era. The team made the choice to show both genders attending class within the context of the game world. Even though it is historically inaccurate, the team felt it was not necessary to prioritize historical sexism over inclusive gameplay.
Welcome to the Serapion of Alexandria. In a city of numerous magnificent attractions, the Serapion was considered to be the most beautiful temple of Alexandria. Located southwest of the city on a small hill known as the Acropolis, the sanctuary was constructed during the reign of Ptolemy III, upon foundations which had existed since the reign of Ptolemy I Soter.
Τι πράττεις? Ιδέως έχω απαντάμσει
Visitors of the Serapion climbed 100 steps to reach the courtyard. Libraries were installed in the porticos surrounding the square building, with its roof and columns adorned with gold and gilded bronze. Pharaohs were generous to the temple, as were several Roman emperors after Egypt's conquest. An inner temple housed the statue of Serapis, dedicated to healing the sick. Since the 26th dynasty, Greeks in Egypt had gradually integrated the Egyptian cult of the Apis bull to their own rituals. With the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the cult of Apis was further integrated into Greek religion. During his rule, Ptolemy I chose to merge Egyptian and Hellenic gods into a syncretic divinity named Serapis. This name was the result of the amalgamation of Osiris and Apis. With this new deity, the Ptolemaic dynasty managed to accommodate similar belief sets for two different cultures, bringing about a new dynastic cult. Serapis was also associated to other deities, including Asclepius, a Greek god of healing. It is possible that, as with the Serapis Temple of Canopus, the sick would visit this sanctuary, sleeping there overnight in the hopes of being healed within its hallowed halls. Welcome to the Great Library of Alexandria. Near the district of royal palaces and within the Mouseion was the most famous library of all antiquity. The Library of Alexandria was built to house all of human knowledge. At its pinnacle, the library was believed to contain over 700,000 parchments. Throughout the centuries, fires and wars between Christianity and paganism destroyed the library, leaving nothing behind. The loss of the building, and more importantly, its vast collection, is immeasurable. As no descriptions are available, the team's rendition of the Library of Alexandria was inspired by the visuals of the Library of Chalcis at Ephesus. While much of the collection was purchased at the government's expense, the library also obtained books through other means. Any books owned by travelers coming through the city were seized to be copied for the library. The copy would then be returned to the owner, and the original entered into the library's collection.
Σχεδόν πας άνθρωπος φάνεται. Με τα τέκνα πατάτας. Λαθισμούς πάλι γαρίψουν. Τίνος. Ο λέξιν κοινός λέξιν. Εντάξει. Έχουν στέκεται σε ένας μιλίας. Ουδεπόκονται σύγκρισινες. Είναι πάρα αυτά. Πέδασε πλήγη τα μάλα. Τα δεινά του οίκου. Γύριστη πράξης. Μα φέρε του πέδα τα δεινά. Μίζον το μένο σε μου.
Μάλλα χαίρετε, γειτονιών ημών.
Καλώς έχει.
Τάλας αυτός της τύχης και γίνει αυτού. Της κρυμάσει πάση απολέσεων εν παίχνει πεσόν.
Πουθενές τη λογική δεν
με νοείς.
Αχ, ωραίων πάντων λεγόμενα. Εγώ τις φταίω.
Άρθια φύγνουμε τας αγοράς. Αγγελίες η κάτω. Ηθοποιεί γάρ τραγωδίας εστιν εσάβριον φύγνυντο.
Τούτη νίξε τον ναό. Συμπηγάνει πάση. Κοιτίον διδέχθη. Και ούθο διαβεί καλός.
Και προγέτερον πάση. Τι τον κάδον φέρει. Ου η ρώτης διαβίως. Λέξω με αργοτέρω. Καλώς.
Σχέδιον γαρού κάνει. Την κάνει. Με τα σπίτας. Με τις χρήμας εμένισε. Χαίρε, τι πράτης. Τούτη νίξεν το ναό. Συντεχάνην πάση. Κοιτίον δε φέρει χρή. Και ούθο διοποιεί καλός.
Πού βλέπω. Γυμνή γαράφτη. Της κοσμή μας. Κατάσχει. Εν το οίκο αυτής. Την καύτη. Ιένε.
Άννα και τον ώρας. Καλό. Αυτός γαρδώσει σου τις πράγμας. Του οίκου του μην κατόπι καλός. Μόνη, με τον σχέδιο καλώς έχει.
Μάλαθε.
Καλώς εδώ.
Κάτι πρωίαν συντυχάνομαι. Δεν τη σταγνάτης. Εν το λιμνήμ. Ουρανθά.
Τιμωρήσει χθες για τα πεπραγμένα. Πληγή των μοιράκιων κατέσχει το εστί. Ω, τι οργίζεις!
Αυτής πάλι πεπραγμένα παύλα τέ και διεφθαρμένα. Πάυσε τούτο χρήμα. Εάν δεν ήμουν πατάξιν αυτούς, οψωρία. Και προγέτερον πάση. Τι τον κάδον φέρει.
Έδας δέχτυλας επατάχθη δεινός.
Λέξω με κοτέρο.
Ιου, κακής την πράξης. Οργήν κατάσχομαι.
Παύλος εστίν, πάσα άνθρωπος φάγατης, εδατές να πατάξει. Κλαφμούς πάλι γαρίκουσον. Κτίνος.
Ουδής εόργεν αυτή ανεσχυτέα. Της μήνυσε.
Χαίρε.
Τι τούτο θαύμα.
Καλώς ακούετο. Άπαξ μόνον ερίσουμε. Ποινικά δεν νίξ. Ένθα δε άμαξαν φέρει. Δε και τις πράγμες.
Τούτο νίξε το λαό, συντυχάνουν πάση. Κοιτίον δε φέρει χρή. Και ούθο λιωπεί καλώς. Εγώ ενός κατάσχης, της πράγμας υφέρειν πάση, ούμεν νικένε ουδέν, εντάξεις.
Ου λέξιν τεινός λέξιν. Εντάξει. Κινδυνεύομεν. Λαβούχοι όνθεν. Μπορώντες ημών.
Σχέδιον γαρού κάνετε, την ικάρη, εν τα σπήλας, με τις χρήμας εις εμένυνσε. Τούτο νίξεν το ναό, συντυχάνουν πάση, κοιτίον δε φέρει χρή, και όθο λιωπεί καλώς.
Ευλεπολή σωτά. Χαίρον ειδώνσε. Ου βλέπω. Γινή βαράφτην. Της κοσμήμαση. Κατάσχα. Εν το οίκο αυτής. Την κάφτη. Γένε.
Άδερφοι των ώρας, καλώς, αυτός χαρδώσει σου της πράγμας, του οίκου την κατόπιν καλώς. Μον μνημονή, η μέτρον σχέδιο καλώς έχει. Μη ξεπομείνεις, ένθα δεν την αγορά μετά της πράγμας.
Καλώς ακούετο. Άπαξ μόνον ερίσουμε. Ποινικά δεν νίξ. Ένθα δε άμαξαν φέρει. Δε και της πράγμας.
Εγώ ενός κατάσχης, της πράγμας υφέρειν πάση, ούμεν νικένε ουδέν, εντάξεις. Σχέδιον γαρού κάνετε, την ικάρη, εν τα σπήλας, με τις χρήμας εις εμένυνσε.
Την κάθε πρωία συντυχάμε. Της σταμάτης. Εν το λιμνήμ. Ουρανθά.
Άνερτην των ώρας, καλώς, αυτός χαρδώσει σου της πράγμας, του οίκου κοινού κατόπιν καλώς.
Δάκρυεται και πληγαίνε το μέγα σφάλμα εις μη θυμώστε και χωρίμη πληνίνη.
Μον μνημονή, μέτρον σχέδιο καλώς έχει. Μη ξεπομένεις,
Από του οίκου του κλαθμούς, δε άκουσαν, φεύγουν, τέκνον δι πληγήν η αυτής πάλι. Ου δυνάμει τούτον μιανμένη, ανισχύν την εστί.
Ενός λέξη. Εντάξει. Κινδυνεύομεν. Λαβούχοι
δυναμίνει την πατάξη.
Έχω ενός κατάσχης. Τις πράγμα σε φέρνει πάση. Ήμουν και δεν. Εντάξει.
Το κάρπεδατε πάνω πατάξαν, φέρ. Νίξεν αυτό χρήζει.
Πού γαρανάκα το όνειρο, πληγή το μοιράκι. Χείρις του, καλή τιμωρής στενή.
Και προγέτερον πάση. Τι τον κάδον φέρει.
Οίκον δε κλαφμών και βυρμών οικούστησαν πάνε. Αρκετόν εστιγάρ. Το κτίνος χρυπάβει.
Σχέδιον γαρού καλά.
Ιδίς ορμάσει τούτον την είδον, ανεσχέντον την. Επλήγην ο παιδάς, δακρυώνεντε, καταραυστέντε θεοί.
Δάκρυεται και πληγέται το μέγα σφάλμα. Η θυμώσαι και χωρίνη πλημμύνε.
Μην ξεπομένεις. Ένθαθε την αγορά μου της πράγμας.
Τι σφάλμα δε αυτής πάλιν, τι χείρεν τον μεν, τι μνής κατεχημή.
Η γαράφτη της κοσμήμαση.
Οίκον δε κλαφμών και βυρμών οικούστησαν πάνε. Αρκετόν εστιγάρ. Το κτίνος χρυπάβει.
Τούτη νίξαν τον ναό. Συμπηγάνουν
Φεύγει τι πάταξου. Σφάλμα δε γαρ μέγαν. Κατάσταση οργίζει με.
Γιατί γάτο αυτόν επίσεν, πατάξιν τον μερικιάν. Για την οργή θεών παράσχεται.
Αυτός χαρδόσιε σου της πράγμας. Του οίκου κοινών καρτοπικά.
Αδίκημα δε γάρ είναι μέγιστον έπαξε. Τι ούτε οργή με αισθάνεινη δυναμίνει την πατάξη.
Συντυχάνομαι. Καλή σταλάτης. Εν το
Από του οίκου του κλαθμούς, δε άκουσα, φεύ, τέκνον δίπλη γίνει αυτής πάλι. Ου δυνάμει τούτον μεν.
Έχω ενός κατάσχης. Της πράγμας σε φέρνει πάση.
ευδαιμονείς. Όταν.
Καλώς έχω.
Μόνο η μονή. Η μέτρον σχέδιο καλώς έχει. Μη ξεπομένεις. Ένθαθε την αγορά μου της πράγμας.
Που βλέπω. Καλώς είναι η γαράφτη της κοσμήμαση. Κατάσχει. Εν το οίκο αυτής. Η λυκάφτη. Η έννοια.
Σχέδιον γαρού καλά. Ετασμένας με τις γαλήνες της μήνες. Τούτη νίξαν τον ναό, συμπηγάνουν πάση. Κοιτίον δε φέρει χρή, και ούθο δε πει καλός.
Και προγέτερον πάση. Τι τον κάδον φέρει. Ου η ρώτης διατινός. Λέξον το αργοτέρο. Καλώς.
Έχω ενός κατάσχης, της πράγμας σε φέρνει πάση. Ήμουν και δεν εντάξει. Αν έρθει το όρας, καλώς, αυτός χαρδόσιε σου της πράγμας. Του οίκου κοινών κατόπλανος.
Τον λέξιν κοινός λέξιν. Εντάξει. Και μην έπομε. Να δούχει μόνο θέμα. Ορώντες μόνο.
Τούτη νίξαν τον ναό, συμπηγάνουν πάση. Κοιτίον δε φέρει χρή, και ούθο δε πει καλός. Έχω ενός κατάσχης, της πράγμας σε φέρει πάση. Ήμουν και δεν εντάξει.
Καλώς ακούετο. Άπαξ μόνο μερίσουμε. Τιμικά δεν νίξ. Εν θα δε άμαξαν φέρει. Δε και της πράγμας. πάση. Τι τον κάδον φέρει. Ο ιερότης διεθνούς. Λέξω αργοτέρω. Καλώς. Αυτός γαρδώσει σου τις πράγμες. Του ίδιου
Ουγαρανάκατον την πληγήν το μοιράκι. Χείρισε. Ζει τιμωρή στενή.
Είμαι Μικένα μου δεν. Εντάξει.
Χαίρε.
Χαίρομαι τα ίδια τα πεπραγμένα. Πληγήν το μοιράκι κατέσχει το εστί. Ω, τι ογίζεις.
Alexandria offered unrivaled intellectual and cultural attractions. Eminent scholars from Athens, Rhodes, and other Greek centers traveled to the city to learn and engage with other free thinkers. Both the Mouseion and the library were at the center of groundbreaking ideas and creative expression.
Δάκρυεται και πληγέται το μέγα σφάλμα εις θυμώστε και πολύ με πλημμύρη. Οίκονται κλαθμών και οδυρμών υπούστησαν πάμοι αρκετών εστεγά.
Γιατί κάτω αυτόν επίσης πατάξει το μερικιά μου. Για την οργή Θεών Παράσκευη. Εξίσας είναι αυτήν. Αρχόν να ονικοδομήν τάχαν μετά του. Στην ατμίδα Θεά.
The great minds of antiquity were usually well versed in many disciplines, which were often associated to specific schools of thought. The Peripatetics, the Stoics, and the Cynics were among the most well-known schools of the time. It is clear that Alexandria lived up to its fundamental role as a city for intellectuals, nurturing many great minds whose impact reverberates through our modern world.
Οίκονται κλαθμών.
Αυτήν εγγυόμην τέχνη. Πού δυνάται εκρύψαν τέχνη.
Hypatia of Alexandria was a Greek mathematician, philosopher, astronomer, and inventor. Though born in Greece, she eventually migrated to Alexandria, like many great minds of the time. It is there that she became the head of the Neoplatonist school of Alexandria. From most accounts, she was highly respected by her fellow Alexandrians, both as a teacher and a philosopher. With her death, the age of great ancient scientific discoveries came to an end. Callimachus was born in Cyrene and educated in Athens. After his studies, he moved to Alexandria to work in the great library. A poet and a critic, he strongly rejected the epic format of Homeric poems, and instead fervently supported a shorter, more judiciously formulated style of poetry. His epigrams and elegiac poems were emulated by later poets. His work was extremely popular, second only to Homer's own works.
Τούτης κορές μας, αχ, ποιον ουκ εστίν τούτος. Πάλιντε και πάλιν ιδιώτας. Πού πίστεστε μου ο άντρες. Όμως Θεά βοηθήσει ημάς, ως ει πράτη. Αυτά δεν σβαίνω. Ω, ναι, αγάπη. Πάλι είναι ιδιώνει. Μόνον αυτή να θέλει. Αλλά χείρα και
It was in Alexandria that mathematician Euclid, the father of geometry, wrote the Elements, laying out the foundational work of what would become modern algebra and number theory. Euclidean geometry would become one of the most influential systems in the evolution of mathematics.
Ονείστε ένα πέπλον, δε και πόρπιν από του Ραφέως. Δάνειον της βάσταχτον παρευριστένους έλαβον. Μάγειρα, κάλεσον τους δούλους, για να φέρουσι στο μαγειρίον των ίνων εμεγείς ασκής. Κάστε άξιος.
Το σκίσα ταύτον. Όλοι θοξόοι ετοίμασαν ξέων τους λίθους τους για την κατασκευή της γέφυρας του ποταμού. Οι εργάτες είχαν δέκον το εργάζεστε πλέον το 8 ωρών ημερησίως.
Πού δύναμε. Τους τι τούτο.
στον πάση του τον την είδων. Ανεσχέντον την. Και πλήγην ο πέδας. Δαγκριώνεντε. Καταραυστέντε θεοί.
Πάλι ταύτα. Πού δύναμε.
How do you calculate the circumference of the Earth? With a camel, 2 sticks, and shadows cast by the sun. This is what Eratosthenes of Cyrene described in his principal work, Geography, while he was director of the Great Library of Alexandria. He is credited for the invention of the armillary sphere around 250 BCE. How do you calculate the circumference of the Earth? With a camel, 2 sticks, and shadows cast by the sun. This is what Eratosthenes of Cyrene described in his principal work, Geography, while he was director of the Great Library of Alexandria. He is credited for the invention of the armillary sphere around 250 BCE.
Πέδασε πλήγην τα μάλα. Τα δεινά του οίκου.
The earliest known and most complete armillary sphere of antiquity was the Meteoroscopion of Alexandria, with an imposing 9 rings compared to the 3 or 4 of most other astrolabes. Known as the zodiac krikatoi amongst the Greeks, the Meteoroscopion was used to determine the location of celestial bodies around the Earth. Every self-respecting astronomer of antiquity would have sought to use this tool to better understand the celestial movements. Pythagoras of Samos was a well-known and respected philosopher and mathematician. He is best known for the Pythagorean theorem. However, there is proof that the theorem existed in Babylonia and India long before Pythagoras was born, casting some doubts as to who exactly originated the theorem.
Τους πέδας μου διδαχθήνε ποιήσιν και όρθισιν και μουσικήν, ουχή μόνον γεωμετρίαν και ρητορικήν. Ο Σιτέμπορος πολύ δαπανηρός πολιτών σύντων και των αραπόσιτων.
Για την οργή Θεών παράσχεται.
Το γραμματέα, άγγελος του Καθηγητού.
Πού καλός έχει. Ποιον ουκεστήν τούτος.
Τους λόγους που συμφωνήσαμε. Δάκρυεται και πληγέται το μέγα σφάλμα η συνθήνωση.
Από του οίκου του κλαθμούς, θεάγκουσαν, φεύ, τέκνον τι πληγίνει αυτής πάλι. Πού δυνάμει τούτο διαμένει.
Ιού, τι χρυπή είναι πάρα αυτά. Πέδασε πλήγην τα μάλα. Τα δεινά του ίδιου.
Ω, διδάσκαλε. Τους πέρασε.
Welcome to Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Cleopatra VII Theophilopator ascended the throne in 51 BCE at the age of 18. Though her early attempts to maintain power were often challenged, she eventually prevailed and became the sole ruler of Egypt. According to Plutarch, she was the only Ptolemaic pharaoh to speak the Egyptian language. Her intelligence, coupled with a good education and a great political mind, allowed her to make the alliances necessary to maintain the independence of Egypt while Rome was becoming a Mediterranean empire. It is important to understand that Cleopatra's knowledge of Egyptian language and keen understanding of the culture allowed her to make powerful ideological referents that resonated with ancient Egyptians. By associating herself with the goddess Isis, the divine mother, great of magic, and repository of divine essence, Cleopatra firmly established herself as the protector of the two lands and legitimized her place on the throne. Upon his death in 51 BCE, Ptolemy XII Aulus bequeathed his kingdom to his daughter and eldest son, Cleopatra VII and Ptolemy XIII. As was custom, the siblings were married. The new pharaoh was 10 years old, his sister wife 17. The early years of their reign were not easy. Between 50 and 48 BCE, droughts and floods aggravated Egypt's problems. General Achilles and the royal advisor Pothinos kept intervening in the young ruler's political decisions and eventually colluded to turn Ptolemy XIII against Cleopatra. By 48 BCE, Cleopatra was in exile. During Cleopatra's exile, the Roman Empire was not without its own internal conflict. Caesar and Pompey were at war with one another, and after his defeat in 48 BCE, Pompey fled to Alexandria in the hope of finding refuge. This turned out to be an unwise decision. Listening to his advisors, Ptolemy XIII elected to have Pompey assassinated, his head kept as a gift, in the hopes of acquiring Caesar's favor. This gambit backfired. Instead of earning approval, the murder of a Roman greatly angered Caesar.
Αγγλίες, ευχές, εφές.
Κράτησε εκεί. Χάρη. Δίσκος μη μας. Κατάσχετο γενομένο. Πώς έπαιξε αυτού τον άνθρωπο στήματος.
Όχι,
Cleopatra, aware of Caesar's anger against Ptolemy for the murder of Pompey, decided to take advantage of the situation. She returned to Egypt in secret, hoping to establish an alliance with one of the most powerful men of the time. Outside of the legend, where she had herself smuggled into his quarters in a carpet, what exactly happened during that fateful meeting remains a mystery. However, Caesar seemed to see a better ruler for Egypt in Cleopatra than in her young and too easily influenced brother. Invoking Ptolemy XII's will, Caesar attempted to mediate peace between the siblings. Ptolemy XIII was enraged by the turn of events, and his advisors were none too happy to see Cleopatra return. Urged on by General Achillas and Pothinos, the young pharaoh plotted against Caesar and Cleopatra, resulting in the siege of Alexandria in 47 BCE. It was in March 47 BCE that Caesar defeated Ptolemy XIII's forces. The young pharaoh drowned in the Nile after having fled the battlefield. With her opponents dead or powerless, Cleopatra married her other much younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, and finally claimed the throne of Egypt for good. The end of the Alexandrian War also cemented the romantic and political alliance between Cleopatra and Caesar.
Νόθησε αυτόν τη Δίας μεγαλόθυμος αίσθηση.
Όταν ήμουν τάτης πράξεως εγίνατο, ευχιάρη, θνητείες μεν, αλλοι αθάνατοι θεοί, φίλα τους είναι ημάς,
απολάβνημητα της πράγας
χαίρον των θεών, ευμένη αγαθήν ψυχήν.
In June of 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to a son, whom she called Caesarion. Caesar did not accept the boy as his heir, choosing instead his nephew Octavian. Nonetheless, on his return to Rome, Caesar invited the queen and her brother husband to stay in the city. Her presence still drew much disapproval from the Senate. Always a strategist, Caesar left 4 legions in Egypt and a man he trusted to direct Egyptian affairs, giving him control of the wheat supplies essential to Rome. Cleopatra and her entourage remained in Rome until March 44 BCE, when Caesar was murdered.
Είσαστε μου άντρες, όμως Θεά βοηθήσει μας ως αίοι πράτσι.
Ευχάριστος η μύτα σου. Λογίτες σε Θεοί.
Caesar's most faithful ally, Mark Antony, often visited the Queen of Egypt during his stay in Rome. Unlike most, he recognized the legitimacy of Caesarion, the natural son of Caesar. Antony knew he would need the riches of Egypt in order to fight Octavian and claim the Roman Empire. Cleopatra, in return, saw a powerful ally. In the winter of 41 BCE, she arranged a sumptuous tour of Egypt by boat to show Antony the wealth of her country and the power she held as its ruler. A romantic and political relationship followed. The Roman Senate was once again most displeased. To calm spirits in Rome, Antony married Octavia, sister of Octavian. Despite his marriage to Octavia, Antony remained Cleopatra's lover, and she gave birth to their children. Cleopatra increased her kingdom's territory and started a political propaganda alongside her lover in Egypt and beyond. She hoped to create a Ptolemaic federal empire with Alexandria at its center. Antony eventually repudiated his Roman wife for the Egyptian queen, much to the dismay of the Roman elite. However, while Mark Antony focused on Egypt, Octavian carefully gained military and political ascendancy over him in Rome. Octavian managed his own propaganda campaign and succeeded. The Roman people hated Mark Antony and Cleopatra. To avoid the censure still inherent in attacking a fellow Roman, Octavian simply declared war against Egypt. Rome's power still reigned supreme. The powerful Egyptian fleet, led by Cleopatra as well as Mark Antony's forces, were defeated in 31 BCE in Actium. Octavian arrived in Egypt in 30 BCE to formalize his victory. The following events remain difficult to confirm due to the many versions and legends around them. It is believed that after hearing a rumor about Cleopatra's suicide, Mark Antony committed suicide himself. He was brought to the queen as he slowly passed away. Knowing that Octavian would have her chained and paraded through Rome in defeat, Cleopatra planned her own suicide. She most likely killed herself with arsenic, though admittedly, the version where she uses an asp to deliver a fatal bite may be considered more dramatic. What happened to the body of Cleopatra is still a mystery. Welcome to the Siege of Alexandria. Among the collection of writings attributed to Julius Caesar are his descriptions of the Siege of Alexandria, the Gallic Wars, and the commentaries on the Civil War. These archives contain information on different campaigns, the wars of Alexandria, Africa, and Spain. Each of them recounts Caesar's military activity from 58 BCE to 45 BCE. Though Caesar's documents remain a main source of information, it's important to note that the perspective is limited. It is necessary for other historical documents to be taken into consideration to provide a better understanding of events.
Αγγελίες οι κάνετε. Έστεινες αύριον ηθίκνητο. Η πόλη πάσα ανηρέθιστο.
Λεξίσα σάσιν άρτη. Άρχο ναών οικοδομήν, τάχα νεοτάτων, τη Αρτέμιδα θεάν. Πόλης κρυμάτια ου κάθεστον. Τι βούλητε δείχνει. Εγωιστήστε μέγαση.
Μα άτρεπον πάνι έστι. Κοράσιον μόνο είναι μη. Ευμορφό τερβό. Βούληντε των γονέων ζυζευτηνίνε με τα ανδρός κύριο. Επιγραμμίστα τετράκης. Τα πάντα χωράει τις αγώνες πάλι.
Τι ευθές, λοιπόν τούτο. Αληθώς. Όραν του απέδρασαν να μπορούσες πάνι. Αδυνάτου του πίσω φόρμα.
Φέρε, τι πράττεις.
Την λέγονται περίμου. Ο καίος των ευδαιμονείς, ο τάροδια την επιστόμους εσύσιος. Καταλήψαν σε
Φέρον τον δούλο να προσάσω να εκθέσει.
άκυρα φύγουμε της αγοράς. Αγγελίες κατέχω. Η τοπή κάρτα βοδίδας εις τον εισάφριον υφύγνητο. Η πόλης πάσα ανηρέθιστο.
Αύλος εστίκοτες, τους κόμεθα κάπου, όποτε και η κέρα δυνάμει του βραχμένων
Κλοπεύεις κέρδη κλοπημαία. Μάλα θυμίος πολλής.
Όροι απολές
你来啦！我在那个发现之旅，就是它那个另一个系统，就是可以，它有设置好特别多的旅游线路，每一条线就了解一个地方或者一个什么事件之类的，然后就可以跟着它的这个线去，然后比较好玩的就是它在各种地方就是有一些物品是可以跟物品互动的。它好像是本体，就是好像是本体包含的吧。你看我站在这个桌子边，它就会跟这个桌子上的这个物品互动，然后这个是一个集市嘛，然后站在那个集市的就是这些东西，它有这个位子，就下面地上这个就说明站在这儿是可以互动的，然后它就会过去就是跟旁边这些东西互动，然后到不同的点就有解说。
Other ancient authors have left equally valuable and sometimes contradictory information.
然后还可以用好多角色， 耶克、艾雅，但是衣服不能选。凯撒也可以，克利奥佩托拉，对，我要习惯一下他这个名字，我老是念不顺口。克利奥佩托拉，然后那个戴斯蒙他爹，对，真的旅游模拟器。然后这个托勒密也可以，还有他儿子，然后还有埃及女子、埃及贵族、埃及女性贵族、罗马士兵、希腊贵族、希腊女性贵族、希腊男子、希腊女子。我试了几个角色，互动最多的好像就是巴耶克和艾雅，就比如说刚那个桌子旁边喝水的这个互动，如果是我之前换成他，你看他就没有那个互动的那个标，地上就没有，他可能就没做这个角色的互动的那个，然后换成其他的就好像就没有，就只有有这个凯撒也有，但有一些就没有，好像就主要是两个主角吧。我试一下用小孩儿会不会有，小孩儿也没有。对，就是我就是想把所有互动就是如果遇到了我就想去看一下嘛，所以就还是决定用这个艾雅或者是巴耶克，就这样的话就可能不太会错过。没有单独每个角色的故事，这个好像只是你在旅游的时候控制的人选，但是每个角色没有。如果角色故事的话，对，凯撒长得特别逗，就是游戏里的他直接把那个模型拿来用了，就过场动画他做的渲染的那个模型，直接把这个模型拿来用了。然后他人物的话，比如说艳后嘛，他单独有就是他出现的这个地方，就有一条他单独的这个旅行线，就一路就可以看他从那个出生，然后我刚过完这个艳后的，可以从他出生，然后到他什么结婚跟凯撒，然后一直到他死，就有一条也是一条旅游路线。然后其他人应该也有，然后他有，你看他挺多的，埃及金字塔，我现在在亚历山大，然后这些每日生活应该是那些习俗吧，然后罗马也有一些，应该在罗马这里会有一些凯撒的东西吧。然后还有个时间轴，然后这里也能看，就是这个每个站，对，它就可以，就你看我刚过的是女王的这个线，它就有好几条，从她这个出生，然后她怎么跟谁，怎么跟谁，怎么跟谁，怎么跟谁，就这些都过了一遍，就都能看。然后地图上也挺大的，我看了一下，整个埃及都有包括。金字塔这应该挺详细的。10分钟，看完应该时间也不短呢，特别多。每一个这个标都是一条线路，你看这个标这个是10分钟，这个是4分钟， 这个是7分钟，也不短呢，这总共算下来，一不留神就1个小时了，还挺多的。感觉还挺有意思的，所以我还是决定用这个爱雅或者巴耶克，因为担心错过嘛。这样的话，可能是有一些动作模组，我觉得可能不是主角他没怎么做，所以还是用主角吧。不过真的就是旅游模拟器，还可以骑马，反正干什么都可以。对，就是基本上都了解了一遍，然后它也有制作的时候的一些，比如说像我刚过了一个讲那个教育的，这个教育的呃，他就说那个他们在制作游戏的时候是把这个小男孩和小女孩都放在了这个游戏课堂里，但是他说实际上应该不是，可能小女孩不行，所以就说他们做这个游戏的时候觉得就是还是没有必要就是这么严格的，就是他说没有必要将历史的性别偏见放在完整的游戏体验之前。对，他们有讲他们制作的时候，然后包括他们那个书店这个地方，这个亚历山大图书馆不是很有名嘛，他就说这个图书馆实际上中间是已经被毁坏了，然后他们就是制作组在设计这个图书馆的这个样子的时候是参考了另一个就是对，这儿说了。参考了另一个艾菲索斯的图书馆的外观，然后才设计的这个，就觉得他们会讲一下他们怎么设计这个图书馆里的这些，就是这些东西吧，就觉得还不错。
In the events leading up to the siege of Alexandria, Cleopatra VII and her brother were fighting over control of Egypt. Young King Ptolemy XIII's regent, Pothinus, had firm control over the young pharaoh, and an outmaneuvered Cleopatra soon went into hiding. This set the stage for Pompey's arrival in Alexandria.
就完全把他的这个设定就是全部都就是开放了，就是整个全部公开。
In the hopes of earning Caesar's favor. This would turn out to be a most unfortunate decision.
Ακούεις γάρμη, σήμαντε δούνε απήντησον.
不过我觉得也是他们对就是他们自己的这个各种设定，然后建模，包括各种东西都很有自信嘛，就是可以完全这样公开的让你在里面自由的走，各种自由的看，所以才能做到这样。这个地方他可以坐在这个台阶上。哇！ 不然一般的游戏应该也不太敢这样。
Upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him. Caesar made his displeasure clear, ordering the return of Cleopatra, and for the siblings to resolve their differences and resume their co-rule of Egypt, as per the will of their father. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to this demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler and sent word for Egyptian general Achilles to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move.
对，它故事确实真的挺多，然后内容也确实很多，然后资料应该也很多，就是可以考据的东西也很多，所以就是只要花时间、花功夫，确实也能做到。这个地方能干嘛？
Λάφνη γνώσκης, την άμαξαν δει που αποφέρει.
Άνθρωπε αγάθε, ακούει με, ουδέποιος δυνάστε. Φωνή μου εμούερη. Πάσα προσφάνει, αδαΐσεις.
Πότε διδάσκεσαι Λάμπη, τύπο πρώην και εχθές.
Wow. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
哎呀，这豪迈的声线！
There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag. Though exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate, what is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. Pothinus and Ptolemy XIII were most vexed with this turn of events.
哦，可以。确实，毕竟是阿姆内多。
Αληθεία μήπως? Όχι να σου πω.
Αυτό γα, η θεία τα ότα ακούσες. Απολύψει αυτό.
你能看得清他的表情，表情做的还不错。哇，这个王座看上去这个地毯好软啊，我好想要一个这个地毯。能坐吗？就感觉这凳子比之前的那种软多了，有个垫儿。
Ότι έφερονε σύστημα
With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour. During a banquet given to celebrate the reconciliation, there was an assassination attempt on Caesar. It was the Roman leader's own barber who thwarted the attack. Once it was revealed that the king's regent, Pothinus, had ordered the attack, Caesar had him executed. He then placed the young king under guard.
然后托勒密13世也曾经想刺杀凯撒，不过这个托勒密太年轻了，他才十几岁吧，可能他跟他姐姐结婚的时候10岁的话，那确实太年轻了，感觉都是听他的那个老师的，好几次错误的决定都是他那个老师怂恿他做的。
Caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces was imminent, Caesar sent for help from Syria, Rhodes, and Cilicia. He ordered his men to dig a ditch around the palace and build a wall leading to the harbor. This would ensure Caesar's access to the sea. When Egyptian General Achilles arrived in the city with 20,000 men, the battle for Alexandria began.
Whoa.
我还可以把这士兵挤开，然后执行这个NPC 在这儿的工作，所以他这些人物站在他原本的这个地方，就是站在这儿就可以执行不同的工作。如果把它挤开，哎，我就可以走开，你走开，你走开，你走开，对对。对，我就会来做他在这做的事儿。他这个太搞笑了。
With so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achilles in the name of Ptolemy to propose a truce. Knowing that the orders did not come from the young king, and angered by the pharaoh's imprisonment, Achilles had the messengers assassinated. With Caesar confined within the palace, Achilles positioned his troops around the city. Skirmishes broke out throughout the streets of Alexandria and went on for several days and nights. Though they were outnumbered, Caesar's men were able to hold the enemy back. This prompted Achilles' next move: capture the Roman fleet stationed in the harbor.
就是感觉他们俩是真的能互相理解，这就是天造地设的一对吧。啊，我也能站在这跟他们一起喊吗？还真是。
Αμελής εσύ, πού καλάβνεις η γνώση και σφάφλε.
你走，我来打水。
Θεοί, αδαΐσεστη, οφθαλμούς είναι αιώρων απόλεσεν. Εσού ελάβνην ου γιγνοσκόμην γε, γης βέλτιστος.
Οφθαλμούς σου κατέχεις, ήδη του οίκου σου.
Καλώς έρχομαι.
Τούτον ελάβνην ου γεσού. Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, ου κοράν δίνασε. Ορίδετε!
好像每个角色用的马是不一样的，就是艾雅的时候招出来的这匹马是白色的，然后之前我用艳后的时候，女王的时候招出来的马又是另一匹，皮肤也不一样。 应该也是有设定的，就可能每个角色的。对呀，昨天你走了之后，我还跟他们语音了一会儿。宝在睡觉之前，他们俩，因为我在这儿那个冥界看图嘛，然后他们俩就在打 OW， 然后一文还拼命压抑他说奶呢奶呢，然后宝说没奶了，再奶了再奶了，而且宝昨天ping特别高，就是延迟特别严重，一文就疯狂在那压力说。奶呢？怎么没有奶啊？就他，就是打的时候，照例会说的那些话，你也都知道什么？哎呀，就是怎么这个，就是队里只有 T 和一个 C 呀，剩下3个人都在干嘛呀？或者是什么就什么奶根本不干事儿了之类的，有一定的压力，然后。对，然后在那压，反正我就一句话都没敢说，然后压力他，然后压力玩一会儿，一文就说不玩，宝就说不玩了，睡觉去了，然后一文就说他再去玩一个别的什么游戏，我也不知道，然后去玩，他们就好久都没有说话，就我们3个人在语音里就沉默，不过有可能是他们都在玩嘛，就在那，然后对，他们还说那个黑姨上号，我说你确定？我说让我上号，你们俩是同时都觉得就是压力还不够大是吧？然后英文就说什么，好像是他要看我和宝1v1，然后我和宝说我们俩就是不打，就是怎么能让你开心呢？就我们俩打，我们俩都不开心。然后他说行，那就我暴揍黑姨，让 Q 宝开心一下。Q 宝说我为什么会开心？然后英文就说那我们3个互相我暴揍你们俩。然后我们说那我们俩都不开心，就你开心。然后英文就去玩别的游戏了，然后宝过了一会儿睡觉了。为什么之前就有时差呀？
Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and supplies. Caesar knew he had to protect the fleet. While he and his troops succeeded in regaining control of the port, he knew it would be impossible to sustain. Caesar ordered the burning of the ships. With passage back to the palace closed off, he headed for the lighthouse of Alexandria.
哦，那会儿没回国吗？还？哎，那会儿应该还没在一起吧？就只是说语音嘛。当时说在一起，不是一文到上海吗？也是那会儿，反正就已经是。
Fighting their way through the Egyptian troops, Caesar and his men eventually reached Pharis Island. There, they took refuge within the lighthouse. With easy access to the open sea, Caesar was able to send messages to his allies requesting reinforcements and more supplies. The island fort also allowed him to control access to the harbor by relying on the chains used by the Egyptians to control ship traffic to and from Alexandria's docks.
确实。
The exact chronology of events during the war in Alexandria remain imprecise. Conflicting accounts raise questions as to when, and even if, the Great Library of Alexandria was burned down at all. One account states that during the fighting, docks and warehouses were burned, and this was the fire that spread to the library. In another account, when Achilles cut off the harbor, Caesar had to leave the safety of the palace to defend his ships. As the enemies battled across the port, their arsenals set ships ablaze, and this destruction spread to the library.
那还行吧，我也不知道哎。
In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Experts point out that its location was too far from the harbor, and much later texts refer to the Great Library as being intact. Warehouses near the harbor contained manuscript copies awaiting export, and it is more likely that these documents were destroyed than the Great Library itself.
确实。哦，这已经到图书馆。
The destruction of the Great Library may have been due to a number of fires over the ages. Its end was probably closer to the 4th century CE, when the Christian Emperor Theodosius I ordered the closure of all pagan temples. While some documents survived after being moved away, it remains unclear just what knowledge may have been lost.
诶，没有吗？诶，我还以为他们现在正在那什么呢。
Where there are accounts of Achilles being in control of the battle against Caesar, it appears that instead Cleopatra's sister, siding with her brother, had him killed and put her ally Ganymedes in his place. Ganymedes proved a valuable tactician for the Egyptian side. It was his idea to cut Caesar's access to the harbor, thus trapping Caesar at the palace.
毕竟你们工作上面有联系嘛。啊，原来如此。
During the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Alexandria to provide fresh water. Ganymedes had his men take control of these canals. After isolating their own water supply, he had his men pour salt water into the canals and cisterns that led to Caesar's camp.
那肯定，毕竟。
Panic erupted in Caesar's men. They wouldn't last long without fresh water. Recognizing that the porous limestone could help them, Caesar and his men dug wells to restore their water supply. Days later, the 37th Legion, comprised of Pompey's soldiers, arrived by ship. Unable to come ashore due to the winds, Caesar risked going out to meet them on the peninsula, Cape Chersonese. When the enemy learned Caesar's location, they rushed to intercept. Despite an obvious advantage for the Alexandrians, Caesar, with a Rhodian ship full of skillful sailors, emerged victorious. 。
可能确实有这种感觉，这不挺好的？哎，1664啊！下午好，1664。下午好。现在玩另一个部分，算是 DLC 吧，叫发现之旅，就是没有敌人，然后在里面学历史知识，旅游模拟器，这下是真的旅游模拟器了，就可以在它的所有地图里走，不用打架，然后跟着他给的旅游线路，了解他们这个历史知识或者开发的一些就是心得呀、笔记什么的。中二让我帮你打个招呼，他在油管评论区打字不太方便，他也在，主要是听个背景音他。
With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him to push the Egyptians back and secure the lighthouse.
稍等，我接个电话。
Gaining control of Ferris.
我一会儿下个楼给别人送个东西。
Island sent the Alexandrians into the sea and swimming back to the city. However, Caesar's fortification of the island didn't last long. The enemy regrouped and were set to storm the island. Panic-stricken, in spite of Caesar's encouragement, many of his men then fled their posts, either by ship or jumping into the sea.
你猜对了。我出的二手书，因为我家里书实在是太多了，我已经陆陆续续卖了很多，但是现在大概还有个保守估计50本应该有的吧，还有个好几十本，就已经出了好几十本了。就其实有一些大件还没开始卖呢，就是什么烤箱呀那些还没开始卖，但是有一些简单的可以拍照的就已经开始卖掉了，就是那种可以卖掉的东西。然后那个人他正好是下班，然后路过我们家，就说一会儿我下楼送书给他。
Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos's harbor was overrun with enemy ships, preventing escape. Reportedly, Caesar gathered his papers and leapt overboard in an attempt to swim to an allied ship farther out. Historian Cassius Dio claimed that Caesar would have drowned if he hadn't been able to remove his purple garment. Still, he managed to swim the distance and survive. The Alexandrians recovered the cloak and used it as a trophy to commemorate the Roman debacle. Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar with a compromise. Caesar agreed to release Ptolemy XIII after entreating him to spare the kingdom and remain loyal to Rome. Once freed, however, the king defied the agreement and continued the war.
Idioti! Elavni nuki gnostis! Εσού ελάβνην ούκη γνωσκόμην γε. Εις βέλτιστο.
Αμελής εσύ, ούκ ελάβνης εις γνώσκης, παύλε. κόπο πασπαρά του ιδίου. Ίσο φαλμόν ίδιο κατασχέθηση.
Πότε διδάσκεσαι Ελλάδα. Είπα πρώην και εχθές.
Αμάξα ελάβνης κακίστεως, αμένιστος.
Αδαΐσεσαι, γνώση Ελλάδα, όποτε κατέχεις.
Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, πού κοράν δίνασε.
Θεοί, αδαΐσεστη. Ο φθαλμούς είναι αιώνων απόλεσεν.
Πότε διδάσκεσαι Ελλάδα. Είπα πρώην και εχθές.
Ιδιώτη, ελάβνη νου γνώστης.
Άλλα χαίρε.
Αμελής εσύ, πού καλάβνεις εις νόσκης, φαύλε.
Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, πού κοράν δίνασε.
Πού καίστην η οφθαλμή σου έφτης, ο της αμελίας. διασκέδαση.
Ο καλός, έβγε!
Εσοφθαλμής γαρ, δια νέα νεογή, ου κορά λάξ.
Σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου. Αμελής εσύ, πού καλάβνεις γνώσκεις, φαύλε.
Βλάξ, σι ελάβνη χλίου γυμνέστε.
Εσού ελάβνην ου γυμνοσκόμην γε, εις βέλτιστος.
Ιδιότην, ελάβνην ου γυμνώστης.
Αδαΐσισι, γνώσιν ελάβνην, δε πόποτε κατέχεις.
Οφθαλμού σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου.
Βλάξ, σι ελάβνη χλίου γυμνέστε.
Στην Ούκεστη. Παύλο Ρονχάρ.
啊，回来了。
By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's, Mithridates, arrived in Egypt, clashing with Ptolemy's troops at Pelusium. Outnumbering the enemy, Mithridates secured the region between Pelusium and Alexandria. Ptolemy, warned of Caesar's ally marching on Alexandria, sent his troops to prevent passage over the river. Mithridates warned Caesar in time, and the two groups confronted the armies of Ptolemy in the Delta. In the Battle of the Nile, the Romans gained the upper hand, sending the Egyptians fleeing. In the tumult and panic, King Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile. After the siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra would later have a son named Caesarion. Welcome to the Greek Pharaohs. Pharaohs were considered divine incarnations of the gods. As an avatar of the gods living on Earth, the pharaoh's role was to preserve fundamental values and universal harmony by removing chaos, Izfet, and ensure that justice, Mot, prevailed. The pharaoh, by divine ancestry and through multiple offerings, was the bond that unites the world of men to the world of the gods and allows the maintenance of the cosmic order. The Ptolemaic dynasty reigned over Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE. The dynasty was called the Ptolemies of the Lagids, in recognition of the founder of the dynasty, Ptolemy Lagos, a Greek general and close friend of Alexander the Great. While Macedonian, Ptolemy Lagos understood that to be accepted by the Egyptian people, he would have to adopt their traditions. Upon assuming the title of pharaoh, he changed his name to Ptolemy I Soter, meaning savior.
原来托勒密王朝第一个人是个希腊人，然后是亚历山大大帝的挚友。难怪刚才看那个女王的介绍的时候说她是唯一一个托勒密王朝时期会说精通埃及语的法老，因为托勒密王朝期间的法老都是希腊，第一个法老就是希腊将军，难怪。
Born in 356 BCE, Alexander the Great went through a hasty education in the affairs of the kingdom before integrating into the Macedonian army, where he quickly rose through the ranks. After his father's assassination in 336 BCE, which some believed was orchestrated by Alexander himself, he became king of Macedonia. Ruler of a unified kingdom and leader of a large army, Alexander set his sights on conquest. Eager to reclaim the Greek cities of Asia Minor, he took on the Persian forces, earning victory after victory.
对，就做得很好，就是他有一个路线，而且他的这些都是可以重复再听的。然后他在就是这个地点有给你介绍之外，他也有就是文物。或者是那些就是现在放在博物馆里的东西，它也会放，然后它也有文字版。 如果忘了的，就是他不是说的会比较快嘛，然后一下没听清的话，也有文字版可以就是再看。然后一个主题就是一条线，就觉得很有意思。所以这个亚历山大大帝是希腊法老，他是希腊人，然后他应该是他当法老应该是在托勒密王朝之前吧，因为托勒密一世是他的挚友嘛，不知道是在他的之前还是之后呀？应该之前。然后他是希腊人，他爸死了之后，他就进军队，然后对啊，我也觉得比看书有意思，就看书就根本脑子里都记不住东西，他这个又有图，然后又是走路的形式，就对于我这种可能看不进去的，或者就是看了就忘了。就很有意思，而且还可以重复反复再看。这个应该就是那个故事的主线里面他们有来这儿，这个应该就是那个亚历山大大帝的那个法老的棺木，那个棺木木乃伊。
Ever victorious, Alexander the Great marched on, laying siege to city after city until he reached Egypt, where the Persians were defeated yet again. Viewed as a liberator by the Egyptian people, Alexander decided to become pharaoh in due form. He traveled to Thebes to make a sacrifice to Apis, then went to the oasis of Siwa, where he was proclaimed son of Amun. Officially pharaoh of Egypt, Alexander spent much of the winter there and founded the city of Alexandria. Perhaps not coincidentally, being pharaoh allowed Alexander to spread propaganda to prepare further conquests. He resumed his military campaigns in 331 BCE.
就是说他是希腊人，然后他从希腊抵达埃及，把波斯人打败了之后，解放了埃及，然后成为了埃及的法老，然后到底比斯和西瓦，然后宣告自己成为阿蒙之子。然后创立了亚历山大城市。哦，原来亚历山大大帝是这么个大帝呀！哇，那希腊跟埃及这个连接就是超级紧密呀。
On his deathbed in 323 BCE, Alexander the Great gifted the satrapy of Egypt to Ptolemy Lagos. Perfectly aware of the value of Egypt, Ptolemy ensured not only the stability of the country's borders, but also its economic and military development. At the same time, he worked with the Egyptian elite to maintain the internal order of the country. By 305 BCE, Ptolemy, well respected both in Egypt and in the Mediterranean, was at the head of the largest fleet of the Hellenistic world. Ptolemy officially took the title of Pharaoh of Egypt in January 304 BCE, on the anniversary of Alexander the Great's death.
那确实，托勒密一世就是亚历山大大帝之后的，然后开始了托勒密王朝，并且他也是个希腊法老，他也是希腊人。
Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE. His remains were placed first in a solid gold sarcophagus, and then within another. The casket was carried in an ornate custom wagon, gilded and set with precious stones, and pulled by 64 mules crowned with gold. The funeral procession was diverted to a grandiose temple in Alexandria, built in the conqueror's honor under the orders of Ptolemy I.
啊，这个地方就是剧情里的
Julius Caesar visited Alexander's tomb at the capture of Alexandria, and the Roman Emperor Augustus reportedly placed flowers there. However, though many powerful leaders claim to have visited it, the tomb's location has gone missing from history. Some accounts do state that the golden coffin was replaced by a glass sarcophagus, probably by Ptolemy X. It is also implied that Cleopatra may have plundered the tomb in a time of financial crisis.
就是说
Julius Caesar visited Alexander's tomb at the capture of Alexandria, and the Roman Emperor Augustus reportedly placed flowers there. However, though many powerful leaders claim to have visited it, the tomb's location has gone missing from history. Some accounts do state that the golden coffin was replaced by a glass sarcophagus, probably by Ptolemy X. It is also implied that Cleopatra may have plundered the tomb in a time of financial crisis.
就是说实际上这个陵墓就是历史上记载着被很多人参拜过，但是现在在哪儿就已经不知道了。哦，这个里面这是什么？哦，这里是，哎呀，这不就是我跟八爷可以约会的时候来的地方吗？嘿嘿，那时候这儿还都是水呢。这里你这边变成墙粉。 这是没有那个氧气条的，可以随便潜多久都行。这个地方去了，这已经看不见了。
Welcome to Introduction to Alexandria. After conquering Egypt in 331 BCE, Alexander the Great decided to build a new city, which, as per his habit, he named after himself. After his death, Alexandria quickly became the capital city of the Ptolemaic kingdom and the most important city of the Greek world. The city was built between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Mareotis, which resulted in Alexandria becoming a crucial cultural hub and trading center. Sumptuous buildings could be seen wherever one turned their gaze. The royal palaces, the many temples, the gymnasium, lush public gardens, and large avenues. With its incomparable beauty and advantageous geographic location, Alexandria attracted foreigners, intellectuals, and traders. One of the most cosmopolitan cities of the ancient world, Alexandria supplanted even Athens as the most important Greek city in history. Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. While Roman design previously favored the use of a single monument, Egyptian obelisks tended to come in pairs and were generally located at the entrance of temples. Several ancient Egyptian obelisks are still in existence today, though many are spread out across the world in locations such as Paris, Rome, New York, and London. All of this shows that Alexandria was significantly influenced by the rich past of Egypt.
Wow, 这不是公告盒在巴黎吗？所以都是罗马的设计，罗马风格的单一座。
Alexandria had several main streets. Its most famous artery was the Canopic Way. It was lined with sumptuous buildings, houses, and temples, and was roughly 8 kilometers in length. This street was one of the most important shipping entrances to Alexandria and often hosted processions and festivals.
Αδα είσαι εσύ, γνώση είναι λάβη που δεν πόποτε κατέχεις.
The width of the street, 30 meters, was abnormally large even by Greek standards. This is likely because the Canopic Way was made in a short span of time and based on an urban plan, as opposed to being slowly built over time, as was usual for the era.
Ο Γαλλός έβγε!
The Canopic Way originated in the western cemeteries, skirted the gymnasium, and then exited the city to head east through massive doorways towards Canopus. This structure was known as the Canopic Door.
诶，我在谷歌地图看一下，现在还有没有？这还有这条路。National Museum.看不懂这文字。没有在看。关键。
Welcome to Alexandria, City of Celebration.
City of Celebration.
Like most Greek cities, Alexandria offered multiple forms of entertainment. Most were related to cults, religious practices, and the festivities surrounding those practices. Among those festivities, the most important ones were the dynastic celebrations, instituted in honor of the deified Ptolemaic kings and queens. These celebrations could go on for many days and included sacrifices, offerings, processions, and public banquets. Games and competitions were organized whenever possible in locations such as the stadium, the hippodrome, and the gymnasium. The residents of Alexandria favored such events where athletes, poets, and musicians from Egypt and other cities of the Greek world competed. Like all good Greek cities, Alexandria had a theater. The architecture of this structure is Roman in style. This is because the team duplicated a theater from Cyrene. Roman theaters were usually semicircular and built from scratch on a flat area with structures designed to enhance oration. Greek theaters were more oblong in shape, similar to a horseshoe, and favored the slopes of natural hills to support their acoustics. At the theater, one could witness the plays of contemporary comic and tragic authors. The play you are witnessing below is Menander's Dyskalos, more commonly known as the Grouch, a late and popular entry in the Greek comedies.
Απέτρεψε να δικαιούσε σκλάβο να πιστεύει μα άτια φύκον πάνη έσκιν αγγελίες χωράσαν μόνο είναι νη έμορφο τον άνθρωπο στην εσάβριον δίνε των γονέων σε ζευγνίνε με τα ανδροσκυριώτα επιστημίστα τετράκτη τα πάντα διαδελίκο ουδίνε μόνο ισοφόρης πάλιος η ανασυσίας Λέξουν παλιστεύει τα τάξη να λένε πάλι μίσον αιματοχώς αγώνας. Αυτός εκκλίνει λέξαντα ουκ πλέον μα λείπουν ότι έβρωνε σύστημα άλλο. Χωράσαν μόνο είναι απέτρωσαν έρχον στο σκλάβωνα. Αυτοί χάνονται των γονέων της Ζευγνίνε με τα ανδρός κυριότητα. Επικμάστε τετράκων του αληθάντα και αυτό γινόταν τα αγαθά είχε γόνια της αγώνας. Μα αύλος σκήνει εσκήνει έστικος κόμεθα γάκους έπραξον του τον άνθρωπος τούτος. Και τότε καλώς αγάς πάση όρθα. Τις γαριστούν εσύ ναι κύριε ποτέ και γράτω που δύναμη Ήλιος εστί γούτος με φύσεως γάτος δέχτος ή τα αγαθά μόρασο παρά το παλάσιο μετά κοντίνες εγώ σου λέξω ή και κόρια φιατέ και σύζυγος οδηγούς δαχούς μετά τις τέχνους μετά των δραχημένων εκλήτης μη ο τάλας εσκήνιες το γενομένο πάνε σε τον άνθρωπο σκήνε χωράσαν μόνο είναι έσμορφο έδωχνε αυτόν έδωχνε φούλιντε των γονέων της Ζευγνίνε μετά ανδρός κυριότητα επιγραμμίστα τετράκης άρτια πάντα σε χώρα αγγελίες κάποιες αγώνες ηθοφυνή γάστρα κοπρίας στην εσάβριον θύκνητος η πόλης πάσα ανηρέφτος
Πάντες χαριξινόσκουσες κύριε του οίκου τούτης. Άμερ γαρούσι το παρά της πέδας η γόρας, γυνίου δε πόποτε ενδύματα και να χωρεί. Και τόσον πλούτον έφτιαξαν. Φιλάρι
εν διαγορά και εχθές. Μήπων αληθώς τα Απέτρεψε να μπορούσε σκλάβο να
όποτε και ένα δυνάμει γραφέων στέψαν του ενάου. Ιστρία, δαρσί, ψυχόρευ στο φυσικό τερφεράν, όλοι απολές φιλοξενήν. Ω Διονυσιδίας, τέκνον της σκή, πως καρνείται απαλλάσσεται.
Μα άπρεπον πάνι έστες. Κοράσεων μόνο είναι νύχλεξον του έμορφο τέρφο. Πούλυνται των γονέων της Ρεδομίνε με τα αγρός κυριόφωνος. Επιγαμίστα τετράγες. Τα πάντα για χρήση. Αυτός εκείνη λέξοντας
Άβλος εστί, ότι έβρελος
πως έρχον τούτον άνθρωπο πλούτος.
αγώνες πάλι.
Σκόμεθα κοράσεων μόνο είναι εμείς. Έσμορφος τερφό. Ελιονγάρι, πάσιο. Μήπον τούτο. Αληθώς της λόγης τα ήκουσες, εγώ συνέξω. Απέτρασο λογικό.
Welcome to the Panean. The Panean was a temple built in honor of the god Pan, divinity of nature. This Greek god, often represented as a half-man, half-goat, with a beard, horns, and goat's hooves, was considered the protector of shepherds and herds. Pan's attribute was his namesake musical instrument, the pan flute. His temples were usually located in caves and on high mountains, and were frequented by shepherds. It is likely that Mediterranean cults adopted the imagery of Pan to symbolize the Christian devil. To give proper honor to the god, Alexandrians built an artificial hill upon which they housed his temple to compensate for the flat relief of the city. The artificial mound had the shape of a spinning top or a pine cone, which was accessed by a spiral staircase. The top had a panoramic view of the entire city. Only such heights would be fitting for a mountain god.
哇，原来艾雅没事坐下来的时候会拿出他的石头来刻石头玩哎。感觉不太能。还是挺有意思的。呵呵。还可以和其他东西互动，就在博物馆的时候，会有那种书桌，旁边有个水瓶，然后你站在那个桌旁边，它就会自己去倒水喝。或者如果旁边有人就会帮他倒水喝。这有什么站着？这个地方是跟巴耶克重逢的时候，他们俩人消遣的地方。哎，艾雅在这儿如果是这么坐着的话，不知道巴耶克在这儿会干嘛？我把角色换成巴耶克试试。坐在这消遣，给他试一下。主要一个手得撑着。男的一般都这么做。打个呵欠。这种你不会也是掏出个石头来磕吧？嘿，你俩还真不愧是夫妻啊！只能说不愧是夫妻。就喜欢干一样的事儿。坐这个地方是也一样。哎，你怎么也这个姿势坐？笑死！
Welcome to Leather and Linen in Ancient Egypt. Tanning, a process which dates from prehistoric times, was present although not highly valued in Egypt due to the heat. Leather was reserved mainly for things such as sandals, leather bags, dagger sheaths, quivers, and other similar items. Leopard hides, unlike regular leather, were highly valued and usually worn by priests.
走开，让我来。这活儿不好干了。晚上，没想好呢，其实已经在想，但是没想好，还在犹豫，还在犹豫。我会搞一个椒麻面，之前买了一个那个椒麻面配料，这个面用那个配料，椒麻味。还有这种讲解，看对啊，现在我过的这个线是皮革与亚麻布，应该是自带的。你进去主菜单有个发现之旅，可以看一看。就你开始游戏的那个菜单。
Valued for its coolness and freshness in hot weather, linen was the fiber most commonly used for fabrics and textiles. It was produced from flax, which was plentiful in Egypt. Fibers were usually dyed before weaving. While color was used in the production of textiles, dyes weren't commonly used for clothing, and most Egyptians wore white. The color represented spiritual purity, a goal to reach for every day of one's mortal life.
亚麻。现在就是在做样哦，还能我自己上手做，是。哎，大家好，我是巴耶克，今天我在埃及做亚麻。你不动手吗？你就这么坐着？跪的还挺，你别说他这跪坐姿势还挺标准的，很标准的姿势。 这个没有做动作，就只让他做点没有。这个旁边这个有意思多了，我以为我坐上去也能像他一样有个这种动作模组。在哪儿？动作没动到。这可以干什么？啊，直接躺下了。啊，这是他们的床吧？哥直接躺下睡觉。对。干啥？玩沙包。他也在这儿。也是玩沙包，行吧？你俩干一个事。小孩儿。也是玩沙包，没扔挺远。哦，这是染料。
你也蹲下我，你吧。哇哇，还可以在这儿清洗皮革哎！哇，他这做的好细致啊。哇哦，这是干嘛？混染料。不啥都没染上吗？是个啥？
Karen.
We am Hotep.
Various shades were achieved using woad, a dye produced from the leaves of Isotis tinctoria. The plant was cultivated for this purpose within the Nile Delta and allowed for the creation of various colors. For example, different maceration times of the leaves would result in colors ranging from red to green, while adding in limestone shifted it to blue. During the Greco-Roman period, other ingredients were found, resulting in a wider range of colors. This area's style is strongly influenced by the dye baths and tanneries of modern-day Fes in Morocco. This helped Ubisoft envision what such locations might have been like in ancient Egypt. While this tannery is within the city walls, back then they were often found outside the city boundaries. The tanner's trade was considered off-putting by the Greeks, as all these operations resulted in noxious smells.
喂，我说话了没有？我就是问的你刚才问我这个是不是 DLC， 我有回你，但我不知道你听到没有。问我这个 DLC 是不是期待？它是从这儿进。哎呀，我饿了，我要看白特吃饭，看饿了。对的，得去弄点吃的。不知道中二能不能听到我说话。中二，听到扣一。中二，听到扣一。听到一下。 有声就 OK。我准备弄点吃的吃。吃好东西再回来。